There we go. Bye. Oh, wow. My tits are showing. Help me! There we go. Should have checked that. Hi. So I'm really definitely totally prepared right now. And I definitely don't have a little bit of ice cream left that I didn't finish in time. I'm good at this. Hold on. Where is the thing? Pop this out. Put that there.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yum, 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 yum. Is this it? It is. Okay. Please excuse the scuff. Okay. Echo! Hi! How are you doing? Cutie patootie. Let's do that. I apologize for my words and my deeds. The only thing you need to apologize for is saying nuh-uh. And you are forgiven. Don't do it again. Hold on. Let me trim that. Ooh. I really need to get a tablet that can actually connect to my PC. Tired, been a long, busy day. Well, I hope you get some good rest. I hope it hasn't been a bad day, at least. Also, hi, Zarek. Thank you. Yes, if you take meds or vitamins and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. I have taken mine. Can't ever say no to Yuli. What was I thinking? I know, right? Glasses? Yes, sir. Hold up. Beam bomb. I am doing pretty good today. I do have a little bit of ice cream here, so if you hear like clinking and my mouth moving, I apologize. No. How is Zara? Where did I put my pen? I'm a mess. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm honestly kind of having art block with emotes. I'm struggling. Okay. That was the last bite of ice cream. What I need to do is hold on. Could make that smaller. Bring that up there. I need to figure out the lip bite thing, because that's just not looking quite right. I need to make it look good small. Then scared head pat. Oh, okay. I just remembered my weird ass highlight system. Okay. Despair, lip bite. Eyes. I don't know how else to say that. Angry glow sticks, cozy nod. Gun. I think I highlighted them based on priority. So let's try to do this. I genuinely don't know how to make this look recognizable. Ah. Oh, good. Oh, excellent. I don't have line text or like line weight. My tablet likes to do that sometimes. Hold on. We are going to, unfortunately, have to close that and then reopen it. And then I go here, I share screen.
Good morning. Sag noises ugly Sag.
How are you? Why are you sad? What's going on? There we go. What's up? And thank you so much. Straight up, what if I feel like it's just not, it's too stiff. Okay, honestly. Not terrible. Just woke up from a nightmare? I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you can shake it off. I'm really sorry. Nightmares suck, especially like, you know, when you're a kid, nightmares are scary. When you're an adult, nightmares are just sad. Just sad. Or anxiety inducing. Let me do a little. Okay. I think that's decent. What about the eyebrows? I think they do need to be lower down. Yeah. Yeah. Got 2 guinea pigs together with my Benoist as pets, and because it was getting more cold outside, we turned on the heating system. Wait, are you talking about your nightmare or real life? Dream / real life. New emotes. Hi, Eggy. Hi, Chichin. How are you guys doing? Yes, new emote. Still, I'm having a little bit of art block with it. I'm not gonna lie. Also, where are those notes? Okay. I'm also not super happy with the love emote. I kind of want to make it... I might want to try and remake it. Dog tried to chase a skunk last night. Oh, baby. Did she get stinkied? She did not. Good. Doing good. Mostly did yard work today, so it was busy. Ooh, you got a lot of exercise in, I'm sure. But I'm glad you're doing good. She did not. She wanted us to, though. Oh, boy. Doggy is cute. And listen, skunks are so cute, okay? Genuinely. Okay. Plop that in there. Okay. What was this? That's my attempt at... I don't know how guns look, so... Not as much of a workout as dealing with the tiny egg baby sister. She got woken up from her nap and she's being extra fussy right now. Oh boy. Is she like little? Is she an infant? We're gonna lurk for a bit while I help her fall back asleep. Still wanted to say hi. Well, thank you for saying hi. Best of luck to you and little tiny egg. On. Luckily, it ran across the street before I even saw what she was pulling the leash at. Okay, that's good. Ooh. That's the glasses timer. Okay, nightmare, yes, suddenly. Bang, actual IRL bang. Didn't wake me up though. But we had a weird bang. We have that weird bang every night since 9 days IRL. Don't know why, that's so weird. In that moment in the nightmare, I seen a flash light pop up from the cellar staircase. Cellar is still there. But the entire room with the guinea pigs was gone. I was lucky that I had 2 of the piggies upstairs, but 3 pigs died in that explosion and I'm literally shaking. Oh my god. I am so sorry, Eclipse. I have had similar stressful dreams and I am so sorry. I'm really sorry. I hope you can come down from that soon. That is very upsetting. Okay. Brain, go away. Just kidding, don't. I need you. Please, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Gun is a later priority. Let's move that down here. This one can be... Actually, which one are we doing next? Despair. We can try. She's gonna turn 3 in a month, so yes, she's. Oh, little baby. Stinky little baby, you need a shower. Stinky little baby, you smell real sour. Stinky little baby, you stink like pee and poo. Ignore this little thing that keeps popping up. It happens whenever I scroll over or hover over the call share. Stood up for bathroom break, barely made it there, and when I looked in the mirror, I looked pale and ill. Well, I always look pale because of my sun allergy, but even more than normally ill and pale, plus shaking on my whole body. I am so mad. Sorry. Yeah, last message IRL, yeah, figured. I am so sorry. Why don't you... What helps you calm down? Maybe some tea? What time is it for you? It would be very early morning for you. What is it, like 5 a.m. for you? Fun fact, when she was a newborn and we introduced her to extended family for the first time, everyone nearly thought she was mine. Oh my god. Well, I was gonna say brother dad, but that's fucked up. So never mind. Never mind. Cuddles. Cuddle your buns. Cuddle your bunnos. Thank you for the head pat. Give them some cuddles. They are alive and well. I needed... Where was it? Oh, did I put it in art? Emote refs. The issue is that Moedu has like a dead emote, and it's so good, and I don't think I'll ever be able to replicate it. I'm in another town for my reschooling. Bunnos are in the room next to the heating system with my parents in their cellar. There is the most space for them. Oh, okay. Well, they are still alive and well. I'm sorry that you don't have cuddles, though. How long is your reschooling? 2 years. Oh. Do you get to visit them frequently? That's rough. I'm sorry. Straight up, I don't even... Moidu's thingy is so good. I don't know how to do something similar to it. Once in a month, maybe. Most likely not, though. Ugh. Eclipse, I'm so sorry. Maybe that's why you've been having the nightmare. Maybe you're anxious and you miss them. I hope you're able to visit them soon. Okay, so question numero uno. Are we making it this way or this way? I think this way, with the head here. If things work out, I'm getting them to my new apartment, especially if I got a job right after my reschooling in the new town. I really hope that happens. I very much hope that is the case. Okay, we're gonna tilt this. This is tricky because I know how to like draw a body from like straight on, but this kind of needs to be at a slight angle. Boob. The difference. Deselect. Let's make that bigger. Okay, now I need to decide what I want for the facial expression. How do I make the eyes look entirely dead inside? A bang is more like fireworks, but those that you light up and throw a little bit away from you, and then they go bang. However, it is like someone is throwing it into a big metal container, like one for industrial building scraps, and then it makes it echo a lot further. That is very strange. That is very strange. Dead face. Yeah, okay. So I want to convey the feeling of the Family Guy dead pose. So not literally dead, dead inside, exhausted, kaput, you know? Kind of like the Bocchi the Rock thing. Let me look that up for reference, maybe. Bocchi the Rock. Dead inside. I don't know what I would actually look for. Okay. Not quite what I'm looking for. No idea what the Family Guy thing is. Bocchi the Rock is one I've never watched. I haven't watched it either, but I've seen like clips of it, and she's a fucking moob. Okay, this isn't bad. The Family Guy dead pose. Let's see if I can. Family Guy death pose. What do you mean that's a song? Okay, save image. On desktop. Save. Image. Okay. Browse. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Where is it? I just saved it. What the fuckity wuckity? Hold on. Did I not? Why is it only showing screenshots? Desktop. Desktop. There it is. Okay, that's so weird. Is it there? Can I drag and drop? No? But like this? No? I will hydrate and stretch and bot. Just one moment. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, it's because it's a fucky file app file format. Save image. Okay, that's a PNG. Good. Need Boz to calm down. Okay. Bah. 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 And I will stretch and hydrate. Good. Okay. Stretch. Hydrate. Hold on. Emote. Okay, browse. There it is. There we go. That's the Family Guy death pose. Extra cranked up volume. Cute. That's sweet. Yeah. Whatever this feeling is. Yeah. Do I straight up just try that? Let's try it. I was kind of hoping to get the face into it, but let's just give it a go. This is hard. Just how I look IRL. Well, I hope you don't look like that IRL, because then you need to go to the hospital because something is dislocated. Thank you for the head pats, Void. Oh, it's like fully covering what I'm doing. I'm sorry. There we go. This is so tricky. Okay, the proportions are way out of whack. Make those arms a lot longer. So that would be like But then my hair would be covering most of it. No, I don't think I can do that. Because my hair would be covering so much of it. You know, another example. Isn't that how everyone sleeps posture-wise? Also, I don't get any pain. I can move normally, so I don't know if anything is dislocated, but I'm fairly stretchy for how I look. Would you consider yourself, like, really, really stretchy? Like, really flexible in general? Hold on. Can I change this? This is the other thing. This is also the mood. You know what I mean? I do like little legs. Big feet. Tiny Egg has been put back to sleep and is all bundled up with her plushies. That's adorable. I think I need to make the arms out more so that it looks reasonable when it's at a small scale. I feel like it needs to be more horizontal, but I don't want it to be too tiny. Do you know what I mean? I can scratch the back of my head with one arm that I put on the back and move up to the back of my head. I think I know what you mean. You can scratch your head from behind, but like from... Okay. I know what you mean. I can also stretch my back by bending backwards and reach the height of my bum with my... Wow. Even gently tap it with my head. I hope this gives you a rough idea of how stretchy I am. I am also, technically speaking, I can fit into a travel bag, one that is roughly the size of my torso. Okay. So, you don't have any chronic pain? Really? Wow, okay. Good for you. Good for you. Okay, I think that's what we're just gonna have to roll with for the body. Oh, hold on. Hold on. My mom's on a trip. All right. I should just name this. I got pain in the lower areas of my back when I have to lift heavy things, but I am in that regard simply used up, and I ain't stretching like that every day, just from time to time, once a month or every 2 months. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a normal amount of pain, honestly, for having lower back pain when you're lifting a lot of heavy things. Once you get to like your mid to late 20s, it's like, yeah, I'm getting old. That's just aging, baby. I need to find like a good expression. You know what I mean? I like the Bochi the Rock one. Let's check that again. Ah! Sorry. Whoa. I don't know. Is that a vibe? I don't know. It's a vibe, but it's more so giving like exasperated Marcel from Dungeon Meshi. roughly 35 kilograms that I have to carry at once. Then I'm starting to notice back pain a little, but not in the way that I can't move anymore. Had that twice in the past and I really couldn't move anymore. Yeah, probably a muscle spasm. I get those a lot. I need to exercise. I really need to exercise more. Oh, yeah. Place my eyes like Butchie the Rock face with it sliding down with those X's. I know what you mean. It's just, I don't think X's convey the right mood. Hold on. Bah! 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 Here we go. More bahs. Like, an X doesn't give the existential exhaustion that I'm looking for, you know? It's giving like dead, which is cute and is very much a vibe too. It's just not the vibe that I'm looking for. I'm not looking for dead, I'm looking for dead inside, you know? Wanted to make a dead emote. Despair / dead inside. Have you considered the Chi-Chi laying down kind of emote face and eyes? I have not. Hold on. Chi-Chi emote. That is cute. But it would be, I think it would be really hard to, select, deselect. Let's try it. I think it'd be really hard to translate properly in simple shapes. It's not bad. It's not bad. Don't forget the eyeshadows. I know what you mean, but I think because it's so small, it's not it's not gonna do anything. It's gonna be like this small in chat. I found something. Can I link? Let me permit you. Hold on. Permit at Chi-Chi. There we go. Oh, there we go. Can aggregate. I know exactly what you mean, Eclipse, but when it's so tiny, it's just not gonna show up. Yeah. That is a good example, Chi-Chin. It's hard to convey that when it's like 3 pixels. That's one of the challenges with emotes. Because when it's gonna be this small, no reflection whatsoever. Yeah, and like a hazy look to them. Both of them are good. I'm gonna keep both of them. Yeah. Not sure which one I want to go with. Do I just not make a mouth? Thank you for the head pat. Like striking through the iris? Yes. Do I not make a mouth? Dolly! Oh my goodness! How are you? Oh my goodness, hold on. Hold on. Did I spell that right? I think so. For those of you who don't know, Dolly's practically my twin. I found her by chance. She is also a sheep girl VTuber. Her color scheme is white, yellow, and pastel blue. She also has blonde fluffy hair, and daisy motif, and blue eyes. It's fucking wild. You know what? I'm gonna match Dolly here. Just a second. You know what? Let me just redeem it myself. Boop. Bop. Put that timer on. So copycat? No. Twin. I'm going to die because my week off of school after midterms just started and my internet decided it doesn't want to work. Oh my god. Murder your IP, the internet provider. ISP? Murder them. Kill them. Of course. You don't know how excited I was when I found you and I was like, oh yeah. There was a sheep named Dolly that was cloned, wasn't there? And thank you. Dolly, do we share DNA? That's wild! Do we share DNA? Holy shit. Is this my first little tidbit of lore? I have a clone? That's incredible. I love that. Yui and Dolly lore? I fucking guessed, dude. Holy shit. That's so cool. I will say though, I love Dolly's eyes. Dolly has like the little horizontal slit eyes. Really cute. Like them a lot. I'm so down for this. Oh my god. I don't have lore aside from like a couple of little things like the Wiggle Worm Army. Being wanted by the IRS for taxes. Tax fraud. Tax evasion. I think something like being the goddess of the Bermuda Triangle. I really don't know. Honestly. But you know what? Now I can also say I have a genetic clone. That is sick. Let's go. All legitimate sheep activities. Typical for our species. Okay. But would you like a combination of some of these or separately? I don't think I can combine them all. I can probably combine Ba and Arara. or nya and ara ara. I also made something like a Bermuda Triangle, but of a redeem. Oh, because of the 3. Let's see. If I was getting real creative, how would I combine them all? Oh, I think I can combine them all. Do you want me to, or do you want them all separate? I actually have a ba redeem and an ada ada redeem. Yes! Yes, I've done that too! Okay, so my ba redeem isn't actually like bleating like a sheep. My ba is because I linked my ears to my eyebrows, so I go ba ba like my emote. But you know what? Eclipse, if you don't want me to combine them, speak now or forever hold your peace. Can you make 3 combinations? Oh boy. Okay, okay, okay. Hold on. Okay, let's see, let's see. Let's do ba and ara ara, which usually goes ba ara ba ara. We can do ba and nya, which is literally just nya nya nya. We can do ara ara and nya nyara nyara. And we can try all 3 together, which is nya-ara, nya-ara. I ain't allowed to ba again. It's probably a cooldown. Thank you for the head pat. Add Twitch. Yeah. Thank you. But yes, for anyone who's curious, please do check out Dolly. She's real cute, real cool. We have a lot in common. And excellent vibes. Just a sweetheart. Every time I'm in the stream, it is just a nice chill time. You know what? Eclipse, I think you were onto something with the little slit mouth. I think I would need to make the eyes bigger. Nope, not that. Of course! It's just true. Write no bot commands? I don't know why. I don't know why. Nightbot, what the fuck? I think it's Nightbot. Like, it is still linked. Okay, settings. Connections. Security. Connections. No connections? What do you mean no connections? Integrations? Discord. That's not what I'm looking for. I don't know. I don't know why. Chat moderation. Settings. Why does it say no connections? Nightbot connect to Twitch. Is Nightbot not modded? Is that what's wrong here? Community, roles. Nightbot is modded. If I would be more fluidly, I would give Dolly, I'm probably 10. Random. Oh, that's so sweet. No, please don't worry about that. That is very, very sweet of you, and I know you would. I know you would because you have. But it's very kind of you to even think of doing so. I appreciate it. Wait. Oh, if I do full screen, it just like gets rid of it. I don't know why. Nightbot. Not. Hold on. Sorry, I'm like typing around my tablet. Not working on Twitch. Make sure Nightbot is joined in your control panel. It is. Got it. If I changed my name, I have not. Parting the bot and rejoining it. Log out of the control panel and log back. Okay. I haven't changed my name, but we can try logging out and back in. My template. Log out. Log out. Okay. It's letting me log out, but it's not letting me log back in. There we go. Log in. Twitch. Authorize. How many subbies I've gifted so far? Oh god. I am afraid to know. I am afraid to know. It's many. That's for sure. Eclipse, would you mind trying to pat again? Oh, thank you. I meant this. Hold on. Eclipse. It's still not working. Why? My dashboard. Settings. Connections. Stinky. Off stream fix later. Yeah. I thought it was just like a one-off thing, like maybe yesterday, or not yesterday, maybe the other day. It was just not working in general. Fair enough. I thought maybe it just wasn't working in general, because, you know, sometimes stream elements and other stuff just be fucky wucky. But perhaps not. Perhaps it is a me issue. Okay, now I need to decide on the eyes. I genuinely don't know. Okay, maybe I don't need to decide on the eyes. Maybe I need to draw in the hair and stuff. And the details. Too big. I need to decide kind of how I want my hair to lay. Welcome back. our look. Yes it does. Yes it does. But that's just for simplicity's sake. And don't worry, that's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's all good. Rain. Ah! Oh. I don't want the hair to be right where the skirt is. There we go. Okay. Let's just erase that. Okay. Okay, let's stop and check how that's looking. First of all, let's make it as big as we can. I think the feet need to be smaller. It would do. I just like looking at that stuff in general because of one of my issues I told you about. You would get bonked on the head because it looked like that for a second. Why did I not disable the wake up call I put for myself during the week? Why it rings on the weekend? I do not know. Here, hold on. There, bonked. Thank you. I think that's looking okay. I honestly think it needs to be even more horizontal, even if that makes it smaller. Meds check? Yes. Thank you. If you take meds or even vitamins, and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. Thank you very much, Eclipse. I will also hydrate.
Did you guys know Yui is a certified cutie? She recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat. She may capture your hearts.
Okay, so here's a dilemma. I have a choker. I have braids. But when it's so tiny, I think that's just gonna make things look too crowded. Yeah. Maybe not the choker. I don't know about the choker. Braids? I don't have braids right now, but usually I have braids, like in front of my shoulder, right? Choker looks like a double chin. Mood. What's the mood? It would be like a different color from the skin, so it would be obvious, but you know what? That's not a terrible idea. Yo. Okay, not that. Okay, that gives a different vibe. It's funny and cute and I like it, but not for this specific one. Wait, what if... No. No. I think I'm gonna go with the eyes. Eyes. No complimentary redeems? When did that get removed? Eclipse. Probably well over a year ago. I will do the glasses. There we go. But if you feel like later we can select the secret option, okay. If you feel like you need one, you just let me know, okay? It's just whenever people were redeeming them frequently, I felt like it was becoming a little repetitive because, you know, I don't know that much about... Oh, for Dolly, I will absolutely do so in a minute. But I felt like it was becoming repetitive because I don't know that much about, you know, individual chatters that I haven't, like, spent time one-on-one with. So I know, like, some people, they just are very sweet and nice and funny and stuff like that. But if they redeem multiple compliment thingies and I kind of just say the same thing because I want it to be genuine, you know, I feel like it's just not happy. If she's still here, well, regardless, Dolly is really cute and has a wonderful sense of style. And it's just really sweet and cool. We have a lot in common. I like her a lot. Eclipse, don't put yourself down. Stop. I know, but you need to stop. You need to be nicer to yourself. And don't talk down to yourself. Oh. Haven't done that in years. Well, you need to start, okay? It's never too late. I'm gonna be right back because my mom is calling. Hold on, I'm also gonna pause the timer for the glasses. So I will BRB. Were you guys able to hear me just now? Because the subtitles were still picking up what I was saying, even though I was, like, my OBS sources were muted. I didn't? Okay. That's so weird. The auto-generated subtitles, which suck ass, by the way, they're so bad. They were still picking up, like, a little bit of what I was saying. I was like, what? I need a strong, independent Yui to show me how. Maybe on a collab or something. I would also love to play more stuff with you. But okay, Eclipse. What is something that you like about yourself? And keep in mind, liking something about yourself is not arrogant, it's not cocky, it is healthy and good, and it makes the people who care about you happy to know that you like it. For example, I know you have really cool hair, or at least at one point you did. You showed me. I had that topic recently on school for the application training. I had no idea what to answer because nothing came to mind. I'm alive in general, I guess. What about your dedication to your bunnies? Is there anything that makes you feel proud, or that if it was in a different person, you would like that about them? I miss my bunnies. I know you do. I'm sorry. But you are a very good bunny parent. Is that something that you feel like you can acknowledge? For the bunnos, that feels like the bare minimum. I understand. But you give a lot of your time and energy and effort into them, and you care deeply. Even if it feels like the bare minimum, you are diligent. And that is a good thing. Right? I guess maybe that I know so much about audio balance, but every time I want to help anyone with it, I get ignored or told, I would love your help later with that. Stopped streaming for a year or two and hasn't been back ever since. Well, regardless of if people take your help up on it or not, it is a good skill to know. That's really sick. I know fuck all about audio balance, and it is something that you kind of need an ear for. You know what I mean? I have no ear for it, where even if you show me things that are different, I might barely be able to tell a difference. It's still a good skill to have, and I'm glad that you acknowledge it. You have good ears. Good. Excellent. I think that's a good start. Even if you don't think it's much, it is a good quality. For you, maybe that's like normal, but you need to remember that is something that you are good at. It is a strength, it is a good quality. I was in a choir for a long time and played various instruments. Okay, so you're musically talented. You're skilled. Right? That is a really cool skill. But I don't know anything music related for over 8 years by now. That doesn't mean it's not really cool that you did that, or that you couldn't pick it back up if you wanted to. It might take some practice and getting used to it again, but you still have the foundations there. Excluding maybe singing on stream. Yeah. Do I do the choker? I feel like I should. I kind of like the choker. But that's a really good place to start, you know? When you need to be kind to yourself, try to think of things that you are even a little bit proud of, or that you feel is noteworthy about yourself, right? And when someone pays you a compliment, either just say thank you, don't say no, just say thank you, or if you feel really uncomfortable, say, I'm glad you think so, you know? Sometimes people compliment you a lot and you just have the urge to disagree. Instead of doing that, just say, I am glad you think so. I do that a lot. I don't have anything I am anywhere near to being proud of. I never get compliments, or I'm too stupid. You do get complimented, Eclipse. You do get complimented. When? Where? Various streams when people call you cute. Literally just now when I said you're a diligent bunny parent, it's impressive that you have an ear for audio, right? You're talented in music, right? You do get complimented. And it's important when people compliment you not to say no. Because one, it's not good for you, and two, it also doesn't feel good for the person complimenting you. Right? If you compliment me sincerely and you say, Yuri, I really like XYZ about you. And I say, no. That kind of feels like a rejection. That kind of feels like you're lying. It's not true, you're wrong. And it's kind of a little bit sad because you want someone to believe you when you say that you like something about them. So for your sake and for the other person's sake, do your best not to reject it. You don't have to necessarily agree, but don't just say no. And also don't put yourself down. I know it's difficult, and it takes a lot of getting used to and a lot of practice to be kind to yourself. But it is something worth starting as soon as you can, even with baby steps. It'll make you and the people that care about you happier.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Why is my wiggle backwards? I did try to put myself down for... Okay. Sorry. My sense of humor is morbid. Thankfully managed to get out of that bubble. Good. Bad no thoughts can hurt. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. And just because you're not in a state of life or death doesn't mean it's not important to practice being patient and kind with yourself. Even if you're doing better than you were back then, which I'm very, very glad that you are, you can still be kinder. Raise the bar little by little for yourself. It's what you deserve, and it's what's good for everyone. Ooh, there we go. Now, even if you're repeating something that you already said, could you please tell me something that is good about yourself? It can be one of the previous things, it can be something else. I just want you to say it properly. Okay, so am I right now at the emote you're currently working on? I should try to get 2 steps up is what you mean in terms of emotes? I have no idea what you mean. So I'm right now at the emote you are currently working on. And I should try to get 2 steps up? Panels? What? You want to be this one? This one? Do I do like the hair too? No, I think it needs to go over the hair. It's okay if it's one that you've already said, but say it with your chest. And if you don't know what that meaning is like, say it confidently. Is it also weird that I can hear your fan on the PC? Ah, shit. Wait. Oh. I think that's okay. I think you're hearing a little tiny bit of the fan from my tablet. Yeah, I think you're hearing just like a teeny tiny bit of my tablet fan. Like if you got no noise gate at all? I can't really help it with the tablet because it's like right under the mic. I don't see the bars of your audio. Yeah. Is it like constant or is it like cutting in and out a little bit? Most people probably can't. Yeah, I don't think I can do much about it right now anyway. But still, regardless, could you please try saying something nice about yourself? For me, right now. Okay, yeah, I think that's just my tablet fan. I think that's gonna be the despair thing. That is totally fine. You take your time. I know it's not easy. But trust me, there are plenty of things to choose from even if you can't think of them right now. I think that's good. I think I'm pretty happy with that. I'm just gonna call this dead. Not dead as in death. Dead as in dead inside. I can delete this. Then I can do nod or angry for the eyes. Glow sticks. maybe what Chishin said previously, that I'm currently 1092 days with the daily pats. That is such a good one. That is such a sweet and thoughtful thing that you do. It is a good bit of patos roughly for 80 plus people daily. Yes. That is a very good one. I think that is a very cute and sweet habit of yours. And I'm proud of you for thinking of that and acknowledging that. And thank you for doing so. Because as someone who cares, it makes me happy to hear you acknowledge it. I did miss 3 whole days of them. You know, it is what it is. 1092 is over 3 years. So missing 3 days over the span of 3 years is pretty good, you know? Wiggle is backwards. Okay. That was bugging me. Let's name some folders. You guys can't see the keyboard. Hold on. Okay, let's do nod. Let's do cozy. Let's do angry. Let's do glow sticks, gun, and whatever that is. Do we have an emo like this for the Yui? We do not. I don't know if that's one that I want because I have very few animated slots, and I have a lot of animated ones that I want to do. So I'm already going to be turning the loading emote into a static one. It's currently animated, but I think it'll work as a static. Just because there's other things that I need space for. Which animated ones do you have planned? Hold on. We currently have, of course, the wiggle worm. We have the little jamming thing, which I might replace. We have the pop currently. We have the ba currently. I wanted to add the kissy, the yippee, the wiggle. I know I want a head pat one. I forget how many slots I have. How many slots? Stream management, creator dashboard, community, no. Emotes, there we go. Oh, I have 16 animated slots. What the fuck? Since when? That's a lot more than I thought. Okay, I'll consider it. Shouldn't it be 10? I don't know. More subbies equals more animated emotes. From what I understand, yes. Yeah, but the nod and the glow sticks are also going to be animated. I might want to do animated hype. In terms of like shaky shaky. Like this, you know? Also, I'm excited for later. For later? What's later? In roughly 9 hours? What is in roughly 9 hours? Really? Wait, what time is that for me? Okay, it is almost 10 for me. So 12 minus 3. 7 a.m. for me. Oh boy. Oh boy. I will hopefully be there for at least a little bit. Which one do I want to do next? The horny furry game, that's actually good. Okay, wow. What a title. Make a furry character and they have wiggle physics. That's all. Oh, okay, I gotcha. What am I inspired by right now? Let's look at my emote inspo. Let's do the eyes. Well, I hope it's a lot of fun. Okay. If you want, I can send you a link. Sure. I'll check it out later. Okay, I have two inspirations here. What don't I just... So I always fucking start with that anyway. What's the current emote? It's gonna be like the eyes. Basically just like really big-eyed looking / stare. Thought about taking my meds, even made a redeem, but forgot. Okay, take right now. Take right now, and then tell me when you did. That a cute stare, concerned stare, curious stare, worried stare, disgusted stare, or another stare? All of the above. I think it has the versatility of like the stare emoji. You know? Hold on. I don't have it in OBS, I have to do it on Twitch. Like these. Yeah. Good choice. Yui has wonderful, beautiful eyes. Thank you. This is not really gonna look like my regular eyes, though.
Did you guys know, Yui is a certified cutie?
You,
she recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat, she may capture your hearts.
I think that looks okay. Do I make them even bigger? No. Kind of reminds me of Repo. Oh yeah, I haven't played yet either. I think I have it though. I was planning on playing with some friends, but we never did. What do you mean, turns it into this? Oh, it doesn't show that in my browser or my OBS. That's strange. It only shows it on my screen preview. Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't show. How do Yui doing? I'm okay. Art usually takes a lot of brain power for me. So I get a little more quiet. I also didn't sleep very well last night. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. That's good, to be honest.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers
I think
now
no
have
mouth.
primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I like pets that are categorized as rodents, like Manoys, or bigger rabbits or hares, guinea pigs, hamsters, etc. Yeah! They are cute. I love rodents generally as well, but especially rats. And ferrets look so, like, slinky and cute. Not hamsters? Of course I love hamsters. I just said especially rats and ferrets because, like, rats get a bad rap and ferrets are slinky, but of course I love hamsters. They're like little moving puffballs, little pom-poms. And hi, Moosey, I love you. Ferrets are quite literally danger noodles, especially because they are a lot smarter than cats. We summoned the hamster. Yes, the hamster. Our favorite hamster. How is Mushy? Ooh, what game? Oh yeah, Eclipse. This is what I meant by the braids earlier. On Together, it's like web fishing meets lo-fi. The lo-fi game you play? Me? Oh, Spirit City! Yeah, yeah, braids. I got braids, right, I can't really show my mouse. Okay. If this is me, I have braids in front of my hair. Right here. No more braids for me, I guess. Well, I still have the little braids on the sides. On the sides. But what game is it on together? Yes. Hold on. Let me look up. Store. On together. Oh, it's just a demo so far. I will add the demo to my library. I think you'd love it. It's like a co-work game, but it has fishing and you can unlock pets with friends. That's cute. 2 root 2? Root? I don't know what root means, but I will put on the glasses. Maybe rooting? Maybe. I think... Oh, you know what? I don't know. Is cheering rooting, like rooting for you with 2 O's or OU? I don't know. No, yes? Yes, no? Oh? You know what's so confusing? Square root? Welcome back! May I see the emote sketchies? Yes. They're a little blurry, so let's zoom in a little. The smug, the plead, the wheeze, and then beneath that, we're currently working on a stare. So they mean 4, the secret choice. No, because root doesn't necessarily mean... Yeah, I know square root. Wait. So are you saying the square root of 2 and then 2? Because you said 2 root 2. I'm just so confused. It's still saying it'll take like 12 hours to install. Oh, I'm so sorry. Shoot your internet providers. Kill them. The square root of 2. That's 1, right? I'm low-key a little bit forgetting what square root is. That's like whatever number you multiply by itself to get the number, right? Like the square root of 16 would be 4. Thank you! Mushi is the bestest. It's about 1.4? Am I... What? Square root of 2. I thought it was just... Oh. 1 times 1 is 1. Yeah, I'm stupid, okay? I don't understand. And there it goes again. I'm sorry. Back on mobile. I'm sorry. Okay, the important question is, did I get the right glasses that you wanted? See the no, in this case it's the loading. Didn't know there were choices? Yeah. There is 1, 2, 3, and then the secret option 4. Also, Mushi is the best artist in the world and I love her and she inspires me so much. Literally, my emote inspiration folder is full of her emotes. Dead should have X for eyes. Okay, but it's not dead as in death. Dead. It's dead inside. It's not I have passed away. It's I am empty on the inside, like this. You know what I mean? Yeah. Excusez-moi. Mushi, are you gonna get enough sleep? Isn't it like 7 a.m. for you, the collab? You're worried as well. It's okay, I'll take a little nap after. Okay. It's not too late for you right now, but still. Just have another monster. I think Mushi would die if she ever tried an energy drink. I don't think she would survive it. She is the Victorian child that would die if she had a Sprite. Yeah. Here's the thing. She would die if she had an energy drink, but she could probably eat lead and just not notice. Oh yeah, we're both Canadian. Why foot hurt? Ow. Okay, that's also not bad. I think the other one was better, though. Like, oh. We need more cute sheeps. One was already wonderful, 2 is amazing, 3 would be overwhelming, but also necessary. How are you gonna have the hands for this emote? Are you gonna do a... No, there will be no hands in it. I'm actually just drawing it zoomed out. We already have a Shy Fingies emote. Inspired by Mushies. It's over here. Hello? Hello? There we go. That's good. Maybe... Look at that. Huh. But like you're barely covered, that's true. I should... There we go. Thank you. I don't know if I want a mouth or not. I feel like it has such a vibe without a mouth. At most a dot, I think. Here's the thing. I feel like without the dot, it could be like that kind of thing, or
that kind of thing. Right? With the dot, I feel like the blush is a little bit less possible. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the dot leaves it. The eye bags are cute. It is, but I want to leave it kind of a blank slate. Here, hold on. Actually, I was planning to, yeah, I think that's good. I told Mushi 3 weeks in advance after she agreed to it, so she could have planned for how to be eating. Yeah. For people with wonky sleep schedules, all you can really do is plan in advance. Myself included. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with no mouth. I think that's the mood. Even if I plan it doesn't really work out, I sleep when I pass out.
Did you guys know, Yui is a certified cutie? She recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat, she may capture your hearts.
And your wallets. Watch out. Keep an eye out when you're walking out late at night. You never know. I think I can scrap the priority thing here. Still need scared and head pad, so let's add that. Oop. Ow. Why? Hi, Fisherman, how you doing? My jaw hurts, and I don't know why, all of a sudden. Yep, my jaw's a little bit locked. Not fully, but a little. Little does she know I'm a nasty dog. Lockjaw. Lazing around, that sounds like a good time. Sounds like a good time to be. This head pat and scared that I needed to add. Head big bite out of something? I did not. Not for a long time. My jaw locks up. I just force it open. I'm too scared. I'm too scared. I don't wanna. Here's the thing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more emotes to go. We would need to get rid of one of these squares to make it fit. We'll worry about that later. I mean, it hurts, but my jaw is no longer locked. Yeah, I'm scared. I don't want to do that. But are you enjoying yourself lazing around? I tend to when I laze around. Nightbot's not working. I don't know why. I tried logging out and back in. It's still modded. I don't know why it's not working. It wasn't working last stream too. I thought maybe it was just like a one-off thing because sometimes like Stream Elements is poopy, but it's not working again today. Watching an old movie and played some horse racing. Gotcha. Yeah, Uma Musume. Sounds like a cozy night. Okay. Let's look at my emote inspo once more. I want a gun emote, I just don't want to draw a gun because it's so many little parts. Playing a lot because event has bonus for my favorite horse. Very cute. Yui's precious angel? Mushy precious angel. Draw one of them old Lego Star Wars blasters. I was never into Lego, so I don't know what that is like either. It is amazing. Oh, it's so hard to decide. Maruzensky in 20 polls. Oh, good for you. Decide what I want to do next. I'm thinking, because I don't really have any reference pictures for any of the other ones aside from Gun, which I'm really not feeling like doing right now. I'm not really inspired for glow sticks right now. Or scared. I feel like Nod or Cozy. maybe angry. I don't know.
Thank you for the lyric. Enjoy your movie.
With this one shitty pixel hat hand? Yeah. Pixel pat hand? Oh, I do plan on doing a head pat emote. I don't know. No, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Helping is important. Helping is helpful. I don't know. Well, first, let's save. Always good to save. Yeah. Yeah. Where is it? Meh. Okay, let's Google some emotes for inspiration.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Thank you.
Now have primary control of critical vehicle.
Let's search up. I'm typing one-handed, so please be patient. Head pat, emote, angry, emote, comfy, cozy, emote, nod, emote. Two minutes ago. Okay. But you did take them? Scared emote. Glow stick. Emote. And gun emote. Good. I'm glad. I really listen. Yeah, it is so cute. It's so her. She just looks so smug and mischievous. Okay, I always say mischievous, but it's not mischievous. It's mischievous. Somehow in the mood for some vintage story. Wonderful game, by the way. But I would feel lonely without. Lonely without? The beautiful Mushi emote. Let's see. Without anyone playing with me. The floof is back? It grows so fast. I know. Sheeps have a lot of fluff. Okay, I like this free run version of the emote because it has the this face. Okay, let's look for some angry emote inspiration. That's wonderful. I'm just trying to find inspiration for all of them. I don't know, I'm not really seeing anything I like that much. I'm going to skip that for now then and look at the cozy emotes. I love Faye's as well because it looks like she's melting into a puddle. Where? Oh, I don't have her emotes right now. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the sleepy one. Sleepy one is so good. Thank you, Clips. I think I'll skip the cozy for now, too. I know what I know what expression I want for the nod emote, I just don't know how to make it not boring. For angry, I always think, oi! It's just tricky. I'm picky with these things. Okay, I'll skip that for now too. Glow stick. That is simple enough. I just need to find a good pose reference. At first, I thought the emote Mushi sent was being held on the cheeks because of the light-colored hair left and right, yeah. Faye is very pink. I want something similar to Owo, like that, but not quite. I want it to have like, I want it to be applicable to the various moods. You know? Oh, which one? Hold on. I can't see like that. Hold on. Oh. I see what you mean. No, see, it's the eyebrows that make it difficult to apply to various things. It's hard to describe. I'll probably do the nod next. Hold on. I'm just trying to find references. Okay. Why did I pick up an actual pencil? Smug look is always nice. Okay, but then it really limits how much you can use it in various situations. You know? Let's do nod. I can use smug in a lot of situations, yeah. Oh. Give them those cheeks. The face cheeks, specifically. More cheek. Oh yeah, so my upstairs neighbor is already really noisy. You wanna know what I fucking heard today? For the first time? I think it's my upstairs neighbor based on where I could like try to locate the source of the sound. Clarinet, apparently. I think it's a clarinet, some sort of wind instrument. Because repeatedly today, I just kept hearing not a phone. No. They were repeating those notes specifically from Careless Whisper. No, none of the other parts. Just that. And like, I could tell they were struggling with some of the notes. And I was like, girl, is the stomping not enough? At least they were only doing it during the day. But I was like, for fuck's sake.
Thank you for the headpad.
A very, very small smile.
Why am I hurting?
What are you doing? I was just... It's probably because I was sitting weird, but I just got like a sharpshooting pain in my ankle. Yeah. Thank you for the head pat and the stretch. You know what? I should get up and take a little walk around. That would probably be good for me. But I'm gonna do that. I will go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hi, Mr. Reed. Hi. I'm so sorry.
welcome in. Welcome in, Dimensional Eliana. Am I saying that right? Hello. Sorry. My ankle felt funny, so I was walking around a little bit. Welcome in. How was your stream? Hold on. Let me move my tablet aside so I can actually type. Ow. Jesus. Nice. Ooh, art. Very nice. Well, everyone who came in with the raid, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. I'm Yuri. I'm tired and dumb, and that's about it. Why is it linking your Twitch? Huh. Huh.
Did you guys know, Yui is a certified cutie? She recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat. She may capture your hearts.
Oh, I think I misspelled the name, and then maybe it just defaulted to my own. It was dimension, not dimensional. Thank you. Sorry about that. There we go. Balloons. Balloons. I got 4 doubloons for you. Sorry about that. I hope you had a good stream. I'm a mess. Hee. But yeah, we are currently drawing some emotes. I'm having a 2.0 debut coming up in December. And yeah. Currently doing the nod emote. I want eyelashes. It's weird though that it just defaults to my own link though. I think I don't want them. Okay. It is gonna be a little quiet because art's hard. Art take brain power.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yeah, I tried stretching my ankle out and it still kind of hurts. I've probably just been sitting for a gremlin for too long. Sitting like a gremlin for too long. Bleh.
Thank you. Hi, Zarek. Ooh, another stretch and another hydrate.
touch my fingies. And that's a good idea that I probably never even considered.
Okay. Stretched.
Get them a little loosey-goosey. Okay. See, that's a smart thing to do. I'm not very smart, and I never even thought of that.
Did you guys know Yui is a certified cutie? She recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat, she may capture your hearts.
Blake.
Okay. I always suck at this part.
Don't want to sleep, but I must. That is totally fine. Thank you, Mushi.
The walkies, well, they didn't hurt. I don't know if they helped, but they didn't hurt.
I love you so much. Have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and I shall most likely see you soon when you're streaming with Eclipse, hopefully, maybe. Mwah. Good night, Angel.
No shouting me out? I didn't? I didn't? Yeah? I'm confused. You mentioned me. Okay, I guess maybe that's kind of vaguely a shout out, barely. You silly. What am I missing? Nothing really, I don't think. Let's get rid of that. Okay. It is simple, but it works. Just gotta check the framing. Okay, now the question is the eyebrows. Do it like that. See, these all have very different vibes. I don't know. Okay. Dang good. But do I want eyebrows like this that are like a self-satisfied nod? Or do I want... I could do a bit of both. I could do a bit of both. I could do a bit of both. When my head is down for nodding, she'll do those eyebrows. When her head is up, she'll do these eyebrows. Okay. Glad that's settled. Beep, 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 beep. Perfect. Okay. That's the nod. Beep bop. Nod. Okay. I think I want to do the glow sticks next. Oh, Mushi. Well, if you find my voice so comfy, just remember, I'm happy to co-work or hang out anytime you want. Anytime. I love you and I miss you. You have Yui on demand. I try to avoid it, but like I frequently make the emotes facing kind of off to the left, which is sort of a like beginner artist habit, which I admittedly fully have. However, it's also like the ones that I can make to look to the right, I feel like it's just, it has to be very specific. Whereas things like the nod or the staring, I feel like it has to be looking to the left, aka from the chat towards the stream. You know what I mean? How about put Yui on phone and lay down, have Yui talking inside whilst you try to sleep? Could work like a lullaby. I miss you too. I'm glad I have Yui on demand and not on cable. Yeah, no. Well, you have Yui on cable too. That's this. This is the cable. But then you also have personal Yui on demand. Okay, let's do glow sticks. I found some good inspiration. I'm kind of feeling it. Duplicate. It's exciting to get started on the lower row. Means we're almost done. And then I can finally start actually lining and coloring and animating. What expression do I want? Why is a chopper flying around here right now? I don't know. What did you do? Miss you a lot. Oh, my clips. That's so sweet. All you gotta do is tune in. Because now I'm gonna be streaming at least 3 times a week. Well, exactly 3 times a week, probably. And you can message me anytime. I know it's tricky to hang out together because of time zones. If it's the same time as right now, I'm not able to. It usually is. Well, we can still play games together. It is just a little tricky. Well, it's gonna be Saturdays and Sundays, though. Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. Brain. No brain. No brain. I forgot my train of thought entirely. Not gonna lie. Oh well, there it goes. No 5-head Yui? Or is it smooth brain Yui? Smooth brain. Chicken breast brain. Wait, I saw something that I've been meaning to do. Hold on. Desktop. View. Icons. This. How do I do that? Ooh. How do I do that? First, let's save. View. Window. Brush size. And do that right there. No. There. Make it itty bitty. Okay, not bad. I have been meaning to do that. Just make it a little easier. Hopefully. Okay. Now I can delete that picture. I don't know what kind of expression I want. That looks kind of wrong, but, you know. It is what it is. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Okay. That'll kind of do. I made myself... Oh, I think I'll make myself another tea, even though I think it may cause the dream to go in that direction. Oh no. Didn't cause the bang, so that probably turned into a nightmare. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it like caffeinated tea? Is that why it might have caused it? Earl Grey? Yeah, I think it is. Felt good when I headed to bed. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is gonna... Okay. This is so cute. Oh my god, the combination of emotes is adorable because it looks like Mushi is running around trying to catch the hearts. Okay. Here's the tricky part. What kind of face do I want? Do I want, like... Or...
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
You know? I could do eyes open. I think eyes closed would be better. I'll do the bottom one. little too close together. I think that's good. Maybe? I think just relaxed, happy eyebrows are good. Make a folder for the face. Move it around. No, I think that's good. And then one for the body. What's this? Yes.
Hello! How are you? Isn't it evening time for you? It's not. It's like 11:50 here. It's not even midnight yet. And I'm usually up all night anyway.
How are you, Angel? I just noticed you nearly already finished 2 frames at once for this emote. You got the left and the right end, Layla. After I make tea, what shall I play? Give me a number. Single digit. 1 through 9. 2. Or 0 through 9. Still 2. Tired as fuck. Even though I slept almost 9 hours. Oh, I'm sorry. I hate it when that happens. I mean, it happens to me a lot, but it still sucks. Sometimes you just wake up and the vibes are off. You wake up and it's not even like, oh, I didn't have a very good sleep. It's like, how am I more tired than I was before I fell asleep? If you mirror it, you got the opposite end. I think I know what you mean. Like this? Yeah. Jerome, are you excited for Dandy's debut? I cannot freaking wait. Oh my god. I am so excited. I go lurkies, enjoy your lurkies. And if you're having tea, enjoy your tea. And enjoy your game. Still almost 2 weeks till I know, it's too long. It's such a long time to go without Dandy. Like, even if I'm not active in chat, I still, like, whenever I'm up at 4 AM and she's on, I'm like, Dandy! And I enjoy, like, a few minutes.
Did you guys know, Yui is a certified cutie? She recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat. She may capture your hearts.
But yeah, even if I am not active in chat, I'm usually at least lurking, if I'm up at least. And man, going this long without Dandy is rough. And I am so excited to see her version 3. Oh, dude, you don't know. You don't even know. Think these days you catch more Dandu streams than me, screw full-time jobs? Yeah. Yeah. Dandy vibrated. Dandy depraved? Depraved? Oh, depraved! Yes. Yeah, I am Dandy depraved. I need more Dandy. Come back. I am so excited to see her new model. She's such an amazing rigger and artist, dude. Like, the way she blew me away for 2.0, I'm so excited for 3.0. Yeah, no, I've been thinking about it every day. I have not gotten any V3 spoilers yet. What I wouldn't do for some spoilers, dude. I want so bad. I'm like gonna fucking eat my own hands. Oh my god. earliest opportunity to get spoileroos is becoming a mod, or easiest, sorry. Applications are open. I'm such a lurker, I would be a bad mod. Like, I would, but the best I can do is, like, if you, like, call me by name, and then, like, my ears will prick up and I'm like, yes, you cold. Otherwise, I don't usually keep an eye on chat. And that's kind of mod job. Don't get me wrong, would love to, would feel very special and cool, but I would be responsible for things. That's how I do it on my home office Mondays when in meetings. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like anytime someone makes me a mod, it's usually just so I can like do things at their request, but I don't like actively watch the chat. So as much as I would like to, I feel like I just wouldn't do very well.
Thank you for the headband. Yes, if you take meds or vitamins, and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. Thank you very much, Chrome. I shall also hydrate.
Something's off with the hair, and I'm not really sure what. It's like too high up on the forehead. Had to at least try to advertise the mod applications to a trusty person. Well, thank you. If I thought I could be a good mod, I'd be mod for a lot of friends. Currently, I'm only modding for a couple because I asked for permissions, like, for a specific thing. But if anyone here is watching, and is a mod,
Or is interested in being a mod, check out Dainty. Actually, let me shout her out. Hold on.
I always forget what's her Dandy's Twitch and Twitter are different.
There we go. Oh my god. It's a good stretch when you feel dizzy. Ugh. Cannot stretch, yeah.
I think that's the best I can do. That was a genuine stretch. Thank you. What? No.
Save.
Okay. I think I need more of a jawline. Yeah, that'll do. Ah. Giga Chad. More jaw, more chin. Let's go. I don't know. Something still feels kind of off. Is this? Maybe. Looks a little weird, but you know what? It'll do. Oh yeah, if you want Giga Chad. There you go. Damn, that's W Riz chin line. Thank you. Nutty. Oh yeah, have you seen all of them yet? Here. I'm not very happy with this one. I was redoing the love one. This one. So ignore that for now. We got the smug, the plead, the wheeze, nunny, ooh woo, little shy thingies. I am combining. Hold on. I am combining these two. The anime eyes on top. This one, the plead. But yeah, I'm combining the cringe and the what the fuck. An a giggle, a wiggle, pipe, blowing kisses, yippee, lip bite, dead, stare, nod, and glow sticks. And after that, I still want to do head pat, cozy, angry, scared, and gun. But I don't know how to draw a gun. So I'm avoiding that one for now. Hee hee. Drawing guns is hard, dude. I barely, like, I don't know how they work. I just draw a rectangle and then a handle on it. What was I up to? Okay, this is a fresh layer. I read so much manhwa and manga that I notice most guns are traces of 3D models on those. Bro, and sometimes they're not even traces. Horses, architecture, food, so many of that. It's just 3D models. I've dead ass seen someone just put a PNG of a plate of food. Like a realistic photo of food in a manhwa. The food PNG is a classic. It's crazy. And then you often, maybe you don't, I don't know, because I read a lot of, like, villainous / romance manhwa, but there's, like, these specific background character assets that you always see. Manhwa, background, character, asset. This girl. I be seeing these. Okay, hold on. Save image. Properties. No, browse. Error. Is it this one? No, it is. That was a reference. Browse. Or here, I'll do date modified. Ooh, this one. There we go. Sorry, it's really big. Hold on. That's what he said. My lord. These bitches are everywhere, especially the one in the front. I'm fine with repeated background stuff, to be honest. I hate it when it's front and center. Read a manhwa where the main magic circle protagonist used just the top most used magic circle asset in Clip Studio. I don't mind the asset reuse anyway, either. But sometimes it's just so ridiculously obvious. But yeah, this girl here in particular, I see her everywhere. Keep an eye out for this girl. She be getting around. And then sometimes the horses are just like such low poly horses. It's so funny. I never blame 3D horses because fuck drawing horses. Yes, but it's also really funny. Manhwa horses. Like sometimes they are so low poly, it's my god. Okay, here's one. Browse. This one's not low poly, but the shading is so different. I love that it's not even traced. It's just plopped in there and it stands out. What if I search manhwa bad assets? I don't know if I still have a picture of the food PNG, but it looked so bad. Actually checked out a recently started manhwa where the protagonist's horse is actually important and consistently drawn in such an angry, serious looking way, and it became a meme in the action manhwa community. That's fantastic. And it's an actually drawn horse. Man. That poor artist, but also good for them. I say that poor artist, not because it's a meme, but because they have to draw horses. Again, I don't mind pre-used assets, or like ready-to-use assets, or widely used ones. That's fine. Sometimes, though, it's just funny. It just looks silly. Which is not a complaint. Just an observation. What was I gonna do? Ears. Oop. Okay. Ooh, you sent pictures. Sent the panels. Okay, hold on. Oh! Hold on. I gotta open these, like, full screen. You might not see my screen for a second. What? That is, wait, that's sick. Oh my god. Okay, the third one is fantastic. He looks like a delinquent. That's sick! I like that. They did a great job. Although the one where he's making like the mean eyes and his jaw is like a little off to the center, that one is really funny.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Every four computers now
Do
have
I add
critical vehicle function.
these braids? I can add very little ones. And then I would like maybe some eyelashes. It's like a little awkward placing them, but yeah, that's fine. Well, that will do. Absolute cocaine horse. We'll probably cry in 80 chapters when it sacrifices itself for the protagonist. I got no clue, but I've read too many manhwa. Yeah. 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 I don't know if you like romance at all, but I have lately been reading The Princess Hides Her Fandom. There is an official translation of it, like 44 chapters on Manga Dex. And it's really cute, and it doesn't do that super fucking annoying. First of all, the art is great. Great. Second, it doesn't do that really annoying thing of like pointless miscommunications. It does have miscommunications, and like self-doubt that holds people back from like doing the thing that readers want them to do, but it doesn't draw it out like crazy. When the timing is right, they do actually go for it. They don't just tease you. They do progress properly. So that was really nice. I'm so scarred. I was reading this like scene where I was like, so he said he's gonna confess at the festival and it's probably not gonna fucking happen. But then like things actually did just progress in a timely manner, and I was like, oh, I thought they were gonna blue maul me, but let's go. In my experience, a lot of romance manga don't do an amazing job at it for me. Valid. Goddamn, I do adore a good romance that uses communication and gives me progress. It's really cute. It's basically just the girl fangirling over the villain that she got like put into the novel that she likes, and she's a huge massive fangirl of the villain in it. So she's basically like, okay, I can't fully just change my personality and do a 180 or else everyone's gonna think I'm insane. But I am going to fan for him from the sidelines and slowly reveal that I'm like fond of him. It's absolute peak to me when it's a good romance in a It's absolute peak to me when it's a good romance in a non-romance manga. Fair. Yes. Sorry. That took a second for me to process. I'm unlikely to read something if it doesn't have romance. I'm just here for the fluff, man. Love me some fluff. What else was I gonna do? I think it's just the glow sticks. Do I like... No. Oh, that's cute. Okay, I can decide that later. For now, let's do... What colors do we do? The most popular ones are blue and pink, or like cyan and pink. Let's do that for now. Okay. Now I just need to reframe it. There is a manhwa with an absolutely edgy name, despite it not being edgy at all. And like several arcs deep, the protagonist has to work through a visual dating sim world, despite literally never in his life having known romantic love. And they just do a whole complicated arc about him slowly falling in love with the visual novel villainess / also the protagonist. And it becomes genuine peak, and they also stick to the romance. That's really cute. What is it? Send it to me. Okay. You will laugh at the name, I promise. Tell me. Okay. That's another one down. Good progress tonight. SSS class Suicide Hunter. The fandom memes that put the author put 99% of his brain cell into the actual writing and the rest into the title. Excellent. Noted. I will send that to myself. Dude. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry. Just did something on my Discord. That was weird. The amount of people that will have passed on it because of the name is crazy. Usually, I don't think I judge too hard on the name. I will usually want at least, like, some kind of keyword about the plot in it. It doesn't have to be like, I reincarnated into a villainous game and now 3 of the male leads are like yanderes, but also I want to tame dragons. Like, it doesn't have to be a paragraph long, right? But if it has one keyword in it that helps me like understand the plot a little bit, that's usually what will grab my attention. Has a slow start since the protagonist starts real flawed and annoying, but it gets better. I am not gonna lie. I might commit sacrilege and just go straight for the visual novel arc. The title is accurate, it just takes it out of context and makes it sound shitty. For me, it's like, I don't know. Most things with Hunter in it, I'm just gonna assume it's action. And usually I don't like action. I would strongly recommend reading the early parts because the visual novel stuff is improved by the build-up. Okay. You said it's like several arcs though. How many chapters
until the visual novel arc, roughly. Are we talking like 10, 20, 50? More? Let me check. Okay, just roughly is fine. Like above or below 50. Or above or below 20, maybe. Okay, glow stick is done. Did I save this? Above 50, but the arc right before it is also peak. I'll give it a look. I'll give it a look. No guarantees. Once again, we are at the dilemma of which one do I have inspiration for. I'd also be down to give you a TLDR. Absolutely. I love when people do the reading for me and just tell me the good parts. I watch so many like summary videos on like movies because I'm like, ooh, this movie is interesting. I don't want to like sit down for 2 hours and watch it though. So I'm just gonna watch someone explain it in like 20 minutes. Feel like rereading it anyway because it's on a short hiatus. Well, no, wait for the rereading until the hiatus is over so that you can do a little refresh. I don't know which one I want to do next. Brain. Hiatus is over in 2 weeks, supposedly, so it works. Okay. Okay. Save. I mean, we got 4 sketchies done tonight. That's pretty good for me, personally, with my usual speed. Let's try the head pat.
do a little free run melty face.
Happen! How are you?
Thank you very much. It's going quite well so far. We've been very productive. I am a little tired, so I don't know how much longer I'll be able to keep going. Because drawing takes all my brain power.
Heading to bed. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and that I get to see you soon. Thank you for stopping in.
Excellent. This one is really simple. Let's do... Okay, what's that? You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. I see this little thing here, and it's pissing me off, but I think it's in there, and I don't want to open up all the folders.
Chrome's still cute.
Oh yeah, Chrome. Has Dandy ever done karaoke? Once? Oh, I hope I get to see it someday. I bet she sounds so cute.
Hi, Miss Puffles. I hope you're doing well. Yes, if you take meds or vitamins and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. Thank you, Miss Puffles.
No. Thank you for the head pat. That's exactly what I'm drawing right now. Now to draw the actual hand. What kind of hand do I want? Here's the thing. There's so many... How are you, Angel? Also, I'm sorry, Miss Bubbles. For some reason, Nightbot is not working. I tried logging out and back in. I checked what I could. I just can't... I don't know. Like, they are still modded. I'm okay. I'm a little sleepy, so I don't know. I think after this emote, I'm probably gonna call it. But we've been very productive. Look at all the stuff we've gotten done. We finished Lip Bite in a way that I'm satisfied with. We did Dead, Staring, Nod, Glow Stick, and now we're doing Head Pet. So we're getting there.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary
Hands are
control of
hard.
critical vehicle functions.
What you gonna call it? I want to call it Bob. I'm gonna call it a night later. Not yet. Hands hard.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
It's not terrible. I need to like just make it smaller? The thumb isn't really thumbing. That's handish enough for now. Hi, Davini. How you doing? Ah. Okay. Just yeah. Let's just do that for now. I'm pretty happy with that. Flip. Flip, flip. Yeah. Okay. And before I finish up, I'm also going to do a little organizing here. it. Paste. Perfect. Wait, what? Hold on. Paste. Okay. Beep boop beep boop boop boop. Select, deselect, transform. It's teeny tiny, but whatever. There we go. I can move. Head pat. Head pat, head pat, head pat. Oh. Move that up there. Lasso. Select, deselect. Okay. And we are primed for cozy, angry, scared, and gun. We will still need this spot later, but that's okay. I could add another row, but I don't want to. So, that's a problem for another day. Okay, okay. Hold on. Let me do things. Thingies. Hold on. Shut down my tablet. Yeet. Put that over there. Bring this back over here. And we're diddly done. For tonight, at least. Thank you very much for everyone who was here and hung out with me. I appreciate it a whole lot. Faye is on, and I love Faye so much, so I'm sending you over there. There we go. Is the raid message gonna work? Okay, one of them is. If you feel so inclined, please stick around for the raid to go visit Faye. She is so cute and lovely. She is currently a pumpkin. Usually she's a Faye and a moth. If you make her laugh hard enough, she will squeak, and it's really cute. I don't know if I said, but she's playing Power Elf. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I will see you tonight / tomorrow, whatever. Sunday night for me. I will see you soon. I hope you all have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams. Thank you very much.